hello. It be Saturday, and I really should get a proper deck thing. Things died again. But hello. Okay, so yeah. My own memory works against me. Oh. Sleep was kinda like how it's gonna go again. I went I tried going to sleep a bit earlier than usual instead of past 4. I was like, oh, it's not even 2 yet, let's just go to bed. Took a while to, well, took a while to doze off. And then I woke up at 6 in the morning. And then I couldn't really get to sleep. And then I heard old Demon barking because he wanted to go out, I think. So I did that. I eventually dozed back off again, about 2 or 3 hours later. No, it was 3 hours later, because then I remember dozing back off, but then my alarm went off at 10:50. And then, well, I just simply turned it off and rested more, and then it was 12 when I woke up again. It's like how my sleep is when I'm usually at work, which is funny because I'm trying to have the sleep be like it is because of work. So, joys. Why do I have a deck thing? Why did I have to be different and get one that is not the norm? Or does that mean that the other stuff... Okay, that still works somehow. It's funny, the buttons I made for basically the toggles still work, even though I can't add anything to it anymore because the program doesn't let me open. Get your head around that one. Can't open the program to do anything with it, but it still works. So I may just save up for a new one. I just like this one because it was fairly small, and you could basically just have endless pages, which is great, because it seemed like the deck that most people end up having, there's varying sizes of it, because it's actual physical buttons and there's no extras. I got this one because it was oh, you can have endless pages, just keep adding, but then the program doesn't work. I've tried uninstalling, reinstalling, and it's just no. much I can do though. It'd be nice though to have, because I've done the same thing on basically for my PC side of things. Hotkeys on the PC for the toggles instead. Which is a shame. Maybe I can get lucky and somehow get this to work. Or just complain to nobody. Because Microsoft won't do anything about it. Goodness gracious. Hello, Fuji. Hello. Hello, hello. Did you have a good rest? It feels odd. My sleep was horrendous as well. Why are we all having terrible sleeps suddenly? Mine's just because I decided to try and go to bed earlier, which didn't really work because I ended up waking a few hours after I went to sleep anyway. And then I couldn't get back to sleep. And then I was sorting out the doggo. Yeah, I mean my sleeps are gonna go crappy for a week anyway. They usually do when I go back to work, because it doesn't like me waking up at 5 again. And yay for Nagia's birthday. Hopefully she has a good one. Hey Beamy. Feel like if you sleep later you get better sleeps? I mean if that's the case, then yay. Yeah, I popped in after I had my bath. I mingle well though. Not to mention a badge kinda does make you stand out. So I don't have the standout badge. So I can blend right in. I can say hello and not really get noticed. Which is good in a way, because I don't want to really get noticed. In a large crowd at least. I realised I was doing the tappies without noticing. And failing miserably. Oh no. I mean, what normal time are you aiming for? Because your times vary. Depending on which time zone you're trying to like match with, I feel. I hope you're doing well, Beamy. Hope you've had a good rest. Ah, okay. A good amount of hours. My sleep's gonna turn into 4 or 5 hours again. And I'll just be knackered, as always. But I think it's been pretty obvious, like, for the past 2 weeks I've had more energy. I think. Kind of. At least in my gaming streams. I don't usually have that much energy. refreshed. 6 hours works. 6 and 7 hours work would work nicely for me. Oh my god. I have to mute the long-winded way. Hang on. Good lord, that was a long one. He usually barks when the door goes, but my word, he wouldn't calm down. Pretty sure he's getting worse. Makes me wonder how I can, well, no, because I muted it. I'm not gonna have it where people have to hear my doggo barking his head off. That's just, like, the odd bark is fine, I feel. But I'm not gonna, when it's persistent barking, and he sounds like a mad nutter, I'm going to mute, because he's insane. Spin! Oh, it's a big spin. Thank you, Pam. Hello. Did you manage to get some good rest at least? Or was it a busy day with reaching a good point and then fiddling with the mic? Oh my word, none of us have slept well. None of us have slept well today. And you didn't get to fiddle with the mic. Oh. Well, it's not going anywhere, so no rush. It'll still be there. But yeah, none of us seem to have. What is with this Saturday? Nobody's gotten any good rest today. Maybe it's a streamer thing. We end up not resting well, so we end up like Not like dozing off, but relaxing when we all start streaming. I'm just trying to get back into my routine. My routine for the slog of work. Because it's like, even on when I had the days of playing games for longer, which was great, because of the amount of talking that it had in it, and because I was trying to be a lot of energy with some of the characters, mainly that Mike Miller guy. Oh my god, why did I give him so much energy? It was knackering. Yes. Once you're finished. Yes, yes. I remember at my workplace, one of the people working there, not doing the masters yet. They'll be doing the masters soon, but they had their thesis to do for their uni, their final year, and they didn't enjoy it at all. I'd wind them up about it, but I know it's not an easy thing. Still better than going back to studies after getting into the workforce. Yeah, in a way. Tea. Hello. Welcome in. Hope you've been well. I hope you've managed to have some good sleep. That seems to be a thing that we've all had, really bad sleep so far, so I hope you've had some good rest. All we need to hear is one person, and we'll be like, yeah. But yeah, I haven't been into studies since I've been into work. My studies were all just one after another, and then eventually it just led to work. Doing good? Oh, good. I am okay. My sleep was very short and staggered, but I am well. Oh, late bed. Not always a bad thing. Mine was I tried going to bed earlier, woke up after a few hours, couldn't get back to sleep, dealt with my dog, eventually got back to sleep, gets woken up by my alarm, goes back to sleep. weirdly. Even though I've like had time off, I kept having the mentality of like, oh, would I usually be around at this time? Because as I'm like watching people and it's like past 10 or whatever in the evening, and I'm thinking, oh, I'd usually be in bed because of work, so I end up just massively lurking in places. My nose, my nose. It is itchy. And also I realise, like, hearing waves, you know, that you'd usually hear at the beach or something, is really, really nice. It's very soothing. Oh yeah, I always forget to turn that on. I'm gonna have to click everything again. Where is it? It might help if I was in the right tab. Nah, it won't do. Pochi. Pochi, Pochi, and Pochi. The mini thigh slaps. Yeah. It's just one slap. Hence why it says, well, hence how it's worded. But sometimes I can end up doing it wrong. So if it ends up not sounding too great, I end up doing multiple anyway. It was when I didn't want to do 3 slaps, and I was like, I'll just do 1. Although, where's a good part on my leg? I have no idea. Not too bad. Always stings the hand. That's pretty loud. It's a slap. What do you expect? Should it not be loud? Or maybe I just like smack myself too hard. I don't know. Oh, you're meaning in that sense. I suppose because I put mini in them. I think I just called them mini because it was meant to just be one. I didn't really think about how it was to be slapped. I wonder if he slaps softly. That's like tapping someone on the wrist. I never thought of having a quieter version of a slap. Besides, the slaps were usually, they were put in there because people found it amusing. I kind of just left them in there because people tend not to touch them too much. I'll try and keep that in mind there. I think to some degree I end up sometimes wondering what I should end up focusing on. Whether I focus more on having, well, more triggers is always nice to have, but like whether to focus on doing those sorts of things or to just talk here and there, or talk a lot considering. Because many seem to like hearing my voice, but half the time, well, I'm not usually the most talkative person. not too bad. Sleep was not so great today, but I am well otherwise. Very disrupted. Hope you managed to have some good sleep. We shall see. But thank you. I'm glad to hear it. It is always a good thing. My eye. It's a mere cupping. It's okay. Can never have enough spinning, and people seem to like spinning. But yeah. You got me a bunch of things as well, so it is good. No. It shall be good to see. was the ear cupping. Hello, bot. Why the blazes do you look like you feel like you're in a place you're not supposed to be in? What is this? Hope you're doing well. Hey Rain. Hello. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Uma Musume. I see, I see. Ah, my sleep was a bit rough, but yeah, it's about normal, I think. An ether charge? Oh, aye aye. Thank you for the ether charge. I stretched not too long ago, so I should be alright in that area. I tried carrying on a bit more off stream with the mascots, but there's only so much I could do, because the more I play, the more the like level of how much the nightly bill is, because I have to keep sending people out, and that accrues like the fame. So yeah, I played a tiny bit and then I stopped, and I'm like, ah. Feedy, hello. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm alright, thank you. A calming day. Happy to see you too. Thank you. In terms of like hard to keep things growing, it's not too hard. It's just because I'm trying not to touch the story parts that let you grow more easily. You know, because the more story things you do, the more things you're gonna unlock with, like, just helping you basically. And because I'm not touching that because it's off stream, it makes it harder to do everything else. Although, because I'm playing in this manner, it means that when I go to talk to whoever I'm supposed to talk to, it's why it ends up amounting into like a crap ton of dialogue, because it's accumulated over time of all the stuff that I've been doing. So it just turns into, you know, sitting there for a bit, reading a lot. And then I finally unlock something else and I'm just like, oh, now I've got all these things, and whoosh whoosh whoosh. So I'm playing it in an odd manner. Blowing. Aye aye. More googly eyes. That one. Yeah. Quite googly moogly. Oh. Actually, made my headlight. Oh. Whoosh. Whoosh. rest. Ah, it's the day where this breaks. Okay. I like that it sometimes breaks. I have to open it again. Opa. Yes. And I played more of the Digimon demo because I like grinding, so I just found a point that looked like it was good to grind at. Crossed. Hello. Thank you for the follow. Thank you kindly. Hope you're doing well. And what I found out as well is you don't just like grind in a normal way, because when you beat enemies in this one, you get a percentage of their data, and once it reaches like 200 you can... It's basically how the capturing mechanic works, but you're not really capturing, you just kind of like grabbing all the files over time. And then 200% is the max. But it seems to be... you keep getting them, even if you got a lot of the same creature. Get a load of them. They level up slowly. The higher the level, the more you can end up using them to like enhance one of your other Digimon, which is kind of cool. It seems to give them like bonus stats as well. Yeah, they've it's a series that has actually evolved and added a lot of good things. The new one coming is I think Time Stranger. Was it Time Stranger? Memory of a Civ. It is Time Stranger. Odd name, but I think it's a very direct translation. So it probably makes a lot of sense. But yeah, a lot of the Digimon games are like good, and many would argue they've been like far ahead of the Pokemon games for quite some time. But sadly, Digimon's always gone the way of... it's never been as popular for some reason. Don't know why. It's always been the case. But it's a good series. Like, if you were to look at even the last 5 games that have come out, Digimon-wise, they've all been good. They've all brought their own thingy. Some are probably better than others, obviously. Depends on your personal preference as well. But the new one that's coming is seeming like really promising. It looks really good. I tried going against something that is clearly stronger than me. I base that on the fact that it's like, you know, way bigger than the ones that I have in my group, and I was right. I saved before engaging it, and I attacked it, and you know, the typical, you do like minuscule damage, you don't even really see its health bar change, and then it attacks you and just kills them in one shot, and you're like, yeah, I'm way too weak. And I've been training for like hours. Indeed, the famous tune that got played in the West, because that is the West version of the song. Apparently the Japanese ones are really nice. I've never heard the Japanese ones, but it's one of those series I grew up with, so the English was what I heard first. But Digimon's great. Can't go wrong with it. So yeah, I ended up just playing that demo so I wouldn't keep playing the mascot game, because I was like, I can't keep playing this like so much off stream, so I was just like, and I can't play the other game I've got because I want to play that on stream at some point, and the other one. I'm like ready gaming wise for what to play on stream, but when it comes to like playing something just in my own time, I keep not doing it because I'm like, oh well, I could play this on stream kind of thing. But ironically, I think like Digimon's probably one of those things that I would probably play off stream, just because it's an RPG and probably going to be very big, and I love to grind on those sorts of things for like hours. So yeah, that wouldn't be very fun to watch. That'd be the kind of thing that maybe you'd plonk on if you're, you know, when you have productivity streams kind of thing, but instead I'm just grinding away. Kind of the opposite, but it would be the kind of thing of, oh, I'm doing this thing that's gonna take a lot of preparation and stuff, and it's not very interesting, but other things can happen in chats, I guess. Goodness. And it's not too rough, just me being like always thinking of, oh, I could play this on stream, oh, I could play this on stream. It just turns into like, well, if I'm gonna play everything on stream, one, I'm not gonna have enough time, and two, like, well, I don't need to play everything on stream, do I? But then there's also like, when would I have the time anyway? Because the card game looks cool. That's why I got that one. There's another game that looks cool, which is also on sale, actually. It was something I seen in Camilla's stream. Was it Camille? Camille sounds odd though. Me and names. But I saw her playing it and I was just like, actually looks cool. And then you end up finding out that someone used, what was it? RPG Maker to make it, and I'm just like, what? It's like, but it's so, like, good. You wouldn't have thought it was made with RPG Maker. And then it gets some amount of effects. And it goes mental. And I'm like, ah, there we go. I know why. People are thinking, oh, the effects are not even too strenuous. Why is it having a rough time? And I don't think it's that. I just think it's trying to do all these numbers that the engine just struggles with the input. I don't think it's anything for how it looks visually. But still, I wouldn't have guessed that that was made with RPG Maker, because it looks good. Although, it sounds a bit rough, because I'd say it's probably got, like, balancing issues. Because it seems to, like, you know, you're doing really well, you're wiping the floor with the enemies, kicking ass, and then you'll go to, like, the next new area, and suddenly everything kicks your ass, which I feel is kind of normal, but I mean, like, it kicks your ass, like, you go into a new fight and suddenly they just completely destroy you, and it's like, oh, what do I do here? It just seems to be pot luck that you end up winning, and then you get strong enough to be like, okay, I can sort of handle this now. And hilariously, I grabbed like Stranger of Paradise as well, because I would like to play that, because the story of that's just so... It's told in a very silly manner, because it doesn't seem that serious, but it's meant to be serious. Oh, he's barking again. Why? But as well as all these games, we've got, what, next week? Less than a week now? Silent Hill, and then I'm like, huh? So maybe I'll not play it when it initially comes out, if possible. and just play the other games. But we will be entering like October, and that's supposed to be, you know, the spooky month. What, Silent Hill. It's funny because no one knows what the F stands for. It just has F. So everyone's like, we don't know what it stands for, but it's a new Silent Hill. And I've never played a Silent Hill. Well, I played the demo of like, I think 4 donkey's years ago, when it was new. But that was it, because I couldn't deal with horror back then. So it makes sense that I kind of stayed away from horror games. Like, there was a time I couldn't even deal with Gears of War, because I had been looking at articles of that before it came out, and the way they were making it seemed like a horror shooter. And by the sounds of it, that's how it was supposed to be. But it didn't really turn that way. But I did end up playing it. Wasn't too bad. Good fun. But yeah, there's a bunch of horror games I'd like to play. Silent Hill's one of them. F, the new one coming. Then there's like Chronos, I think, which was a game that the guys that made it did the remake of Silent Hill 2, but they were given like the ability to just make their own game, and they made something that kind of looks like a mix of a few others. But it looked interesting. Oh yeah. Speaking of just all these games coming out, the pricing of some of the games is bonkers. Like, what was it? You have like the base version of the game. You have like the base version of the game, which costs your normal extortionate amount. And then they do a deluxe edition, which is about, I don't know, 15 or 20 quid extra, which adds some stuff. And you're like, okay, it adds something. And then they have like an ultimate edition, which is another 20 quid on top of the deluxe. And I was like, what does it add? And it adds like some music and I think maybe some outfits from some of the previous games, and I'm just like, why does that warrant another 20 quid? Like, that's insane. So it has to be like licensing fees for the music or something, even though it's their own music. But yeah, mental, utterly mental. Literally no difference between the deluxe and the ultimate for value, and yet they charge extra, and I'm just like, no. Oh yeah, well, day one DLC I feel should never exist anyway. Like, that's just, ugh. I've never liked that. Like, I don't get why you're... Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you kindly. Oh. um... Like, I've never agreed with day one DLC, because that's basically like, you could have it in the game from the get-go if you're releasing it day one. I get it, like sometimes they have to work on things until the very last minute, but still, it feels a bit cheeky. Pretty much. That's how it always feels. But the thing is, people have given up with arguing these things, and they just get it. And then they complain when it's crap. And it's just like, well, you've already paid them the money, so... all that says to them is that people don't mind. If they just, like... if people just didn't bother buying these things, they wouldn't do it anymore. But sadly, it's not just actual gamers buying these games. You have casual people and normal people buying these games. So, that's how it goes. It's what happens when things become normalized and, you know, popular. I still remember the days where you used to get the absolute scornful looks if you were playing games out in the open. Now look at today. Play any game and people are like, oh, what you play? Those were the days. Like, if you had your Game Boy out and about and you were playing with it, people just looked at you like, why aren't you playing with that at home? Why are you outside and playing with that? Like, enjoy the outside, you weirdo. What's wrong with you? Kind of thing is how it was back then. And it's just like, you realise the Game Boy is so that I can play games on the go, right? That said, I never had the original Game Boy. That was a large bugger. That was like a brick. I had a Game Boy Color, which was much smaller. Eric B. Hello. Welcome in. Good to see you. Same with pre-orders. For years a small group of gamers have been screaming to stop pre-ordering AAA games because they ship so broken and no one else cares. Yeah, I mean, a few more people have been like paying attention to that now, because like even the because people kept doing it, obviously corpos got very inflated with the numbers that they wanted now, and people were getting a bit more wiser to, you know, like the normal bunch were getting a bit more wiser at the fact that games weren't playing very well, They weren't complete. Almost like a better late than never sort of thing, but meh. People still pre-order. Because all pre-ordering does is, it's like, ironically, it's like guaranteed money in the bag, even though usually you can cancel pre-orders, but the way it's viewed is just like, pre-order happens and whoosh, instant sales. Yeah, I'm the same, Rigby. Like, the only things I pre-order is literally the games I know I'm going to play, and you know, I know I'm going to play it, so of course I'm gonna grab it. I remember the excitement pre-orders used to bring though, back in the day before they got out of hand, where it was like, oh, this new game's coming, pre-order it. Yagami! Oh yeah, I forgot I left that on. It technically counts. Katsuki. Oh, oh god, it's the dimensional plane. Oh. Noted. But thank you for the subby. It is very kind of you. I shall remember to do the dimensional plane. Thank you for the headbutts. Hope you've been getting plenty of rest. Rest be important. But thank you. Ah yes, I must whack your name on me. Whenever my thing decides to open. There we go. Why did that take so long? Does this go in order? Wait, hang on. Better today, less sick. I'm glad you're feeling better. A whole 5 minutes. I swear I had Yagami. Do I not? How do I not? This is like your 3rd month. How do I not? I swear I have the same issue like Yu has. Like the names just disappear somehow. Or maybe I just forgot. Because that's also entirely possible. Oh, you were gifted. I see. That makes sense as well. Okay. Well, let me do your name then. What color would you like? Light green. Light green. Light green. I love having a wheel. Well, it's RGB wheel, but still. Okay, that's blue, that's green, that's green as well. Oh, yeah, I guess that would be a lighter green. I like how I know it's right, but I'll still look to make sure I've spelled it right. think that's light green, or is that? It's a green. Oh, gold. I did my hands. Sorry. Yeah, that's meant to be a wave when I can't talk or say hello to people. I forgot. I put that on my num9. So, forgot about that. Okie dokie. Canvas. Whoosha. Oh, oh. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. Ironically, the hands, like they're linked to like my eyes and stuff and my ears. So if I blink lots, that's how I make them wave. It's really strange. Losing my mind. There we go. Right. There we go. I may have chosen a strange green, but don't sue me. Thank you, Windows sound. Scaring the bejeebers out of me. Oh, hang on. Get rid of that. Whoosh, whoosh. Oh, oh, that's wonky. Oh, oh, ah. Ah, it'll do. It's on my tail. It counts. No, thank you. Yeah, you're not wrong. I would have thought that. Like, I thought it was based on movement, you know, like when I'm going side to side. Maybe that for waving the hands? No, it's based on me blinking. And I'm just like, oh, so I want to wave. Blink, blink. Yes, let me get all my things up first. Where is it? It is somewhere. That one, and that one. Can I remap it in VTube Studio? It's animated, so to speak. So you know like how my tails are just naturally moving on their own? It's kind of how the hands are as well. It's not like a parameter I can just simply change and be like, no, don't go with this, go with that instead. It's how my creator decided to do it, so it's linked to my blinking. It's okay, I'll blink lots at you lot. There we go. Blink, blink, blink. But it's so stiff doing it that way. So I tend to just like rock anyway. I don't know. It's very weird. It was meant to be a simple wave. Yeah, it was meant to just be a wave for the times that maybe I can't talk and people say hello or something. Slender hands? Yeah. I think it actually does raise my hands. Does it raise my hands? Hang on. This is where it's going to look stupid if it's not. Oh yeah, it does. Well, there you go. It actually does raise my arms, so you know. Fitting. So, yeah. Hello. This looks more like, please don't hurt me. That's what it reminds me of. Need to remember my shortcuts. That one, there you go. Yeah, the weekend is fine. I didn't really rest very well. My sleep was kind of broken, and I didn't know exactly, Rigby. Stick him up. No. Please, no. But yeah, it did do a roll for the thingy. Did I show hands? I did show hands, Red. Would you like to see my hands? They are, well, yeah, very slender. The wrists are hilariously accurate, but you know. But hello, Red. Hello! See, this is what it's meant to be for. Hello! But I need to... Goodness gracious. It's okay. But, it did spin the thing for Dimensional Plane. Dimensional Plane was meant to be the thing where I do that, like, thing with the crazy reverb, I think. You've come to say something? Oh dear. Am I safe? Everybody's pointing their gun at me. I show hands, suddenly it's... I'm... Why do so many people have guns? Flee! I've seen that running one. There's quite a few variations of that actually. But yes. I'll try and do the dimensional thingy. I can't remember what I used for it though. I think it might have been my old reverb. Sounds about right. Oh, half my stuff is missing. There we go. What was that? It did spin Dimensional Plane, so that's like me when I'm being like, oh, kind of thing. That's what I remember it being. I just ended up naming it Dimensional Plane. Yeah. Such enlightenment. It's usually random anyway. Domain expansion. Dimensional Plane. I couldn't think of what to call it, and I don't know how Dimensional Plane came into my head. I ended up at one point forgetting what that was. I saw it and I was like, what the hell's Dimensional Plane? But yeah, I shall try. Wow. It's Barry. It's always tempting to go into an actual song. It's very tempting to go into Halo, but I actually forgot the Halo theme. The only thing I could remember of Halo was like da 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 da. I'm like, no, that's not the Halo theme I'm wanting. But yeah. No notes. Yeah. As long as it sounds nice, then yay. Because I changed the spin thing to mainly, well, one be hidden, but it's still there. So far it just has stuff that's like either very awkward to set up or is, you know, that just isn't there. Yeah, sure. I think it went on for a while though. But I always upload my VODs and stuff anyway. Not that that really helps. I mean, but yeah. Yeah. Just have to make note of the time. If I can find the thing. Pochi. What is going on there? I see. I like how I go, I see. About 2 hours in. Yeah. Hmm? Oh, thank you kindly. Hi, Jocko. Why is there not a thingy? There should be a counter. Why is there not a counter? Oh wait. Oh yeah. Yeah, about 2 hours in. Yeah. Yeah, just look for the 2 hour mark, pretty much. Hello. Always. Sir Bacon. Hello. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. I actually smelled bacon this morning when I awoke, when I finally opened my door. Surprisingly, my door does block out quite a bit. Hope everyone's doing well. Oh, good. I'm glad you're doing good. Yeah, I am well. Just, what was it? My sleep was very broken. But, it makes sense. It's pretty much like I'm gonna be going back to work soon, so... yeah. Such pokes. Poke. Oh yeah, I never did have a drink. Oops. I shall have a drink. Nom nom nom. days of minimum 12-hour gaming. I remember those days. That was basically me when I wasn't streaming. Just endlessly playing games, going through them like butter. Because I didn't really have anything else to do, and I was very bad at trying to be like proactive of doing things. The only thing I'm like proactive in doing is like streaming stuff now. In the sense of like some preparation for things, but yeah. Like I don't even need someone to hound me all the time. Just literally, I don't know. It's a weird one. I wouldn't want someone to keep telling me like, oh, have you done this yet? Have you done that? Blah blah blah. But I think when there's moments where I just need someone to be like, let's do this, and I'll just be like, oh, okay. I think the only thing I would have played for like consecutively long hours would have probably been FF14. But I've also played other games like literally all day. It depends on how much I get into it. If I'm enjoying it, then it's, you know, around what you said was 6 or 7 would probably be a thing, but when I would really get into games, 12 hours was like the minimum. And then I realized, you know, oh, maybe I should like stand up and do other things and not be dead. I only remember playing GTA Vice City and Forza for long hours. That's fair. I remember those days as well. You no-lifed Hollow Knight like that recently? The first, not that it matters, it's Hollow Knight anyway, but the first Hollow Knight or Silksong? Or CSGO sometimes. I'm gonna sneeze. Oh no, I don't have my button. Oh, I had to actually push that sneeze back because I forgot I don't have my deck to flip and push the button. Whoa. Keeping my thing over the mute icon. I can feel it. Oh, is it coming? Nope. Nope, I forcibly pushed my sneeze back apparently. You watch, I'll randomly sneeze now, and I'll be like, God damn it! Look at a light source. Oh, look up at a light source. Well, currently, my only light source is like my 2 screens. Everything else in my room is like darkish. Because it's overcast weather. So these are the brightest things in my room right now. And a wild Fuji re-emerges. Oh, yeah. She's in cat mode, apparently. It's Fujinya. You're trying to do a recording? What was disrupting it? You don't know if you're on your mic? Oh, okay. Interesting. I mean, what are you using to record? Oh, I see. Definitely a lengthy time. Because I know we can record through OBS as well. Not that that's the best way, but... well, it's a very raw way if you do it through OBS. Oh, you were? Oh, that's weird then. That's weird then, especially if, like, you can see in your audio mixes if it's detecting your voice and stuff. Like it... I can indeed believe that there is a... I like that you don't put a mountain, you just say a mount. A mount named Fuji. Wait, there's a mount? There's a mount. I end up just thinking FF14 logic. There's a mount. Yep. Fuji, I didn't know, like, you were a mount in 14. Or is that what some people call the big cat? I know there's a big cat mount. Mount Fuji. When it's spelt like properly with mount though. Because I've recorded some things through... Who shit that? Such mounting. See, the thing is, well, mounting can be very suggestive. It doesn't inherently mean that it's something like bad. Because that just means that it's you're on top of someone that's yeehaw. Oh, you are meaning it in a yeehaw kind of way. Oh dear. Can I record while I'm streaming? I'm pretty sure I've recorded things in OBS. I'll do it now if my PC doesn't hate me. Hop blah 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 blah. I like how I don't say anything useful. I'm just like hop blah 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 blah. Blah. It needs to be a few seconds. If I remember where it saves it, it's in videos. What's today's date? The 20th. Wait, how is this saving things? Oh, the date is above there. And it... oh right, I forget. My PC's in Japanese. So, year, month, day. Okay. Hang on. Blah 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 blah. Yep. It picked up my audio. It certainly picked up my audio. Hmm? Yeah. But definitely, if it hasn't picked up your audio though, when you've done a recording through OBS, do check in your settings, because there are things specifically for the recording segment, I think, if I remember right. Come here, settings. The appearance of my OBS is funny because it's like theme, yummy, style, light. Anyway, I don't think it'll be in stream. Oh no, it'll be in the output. There is a recording tab. But it's very... it should just have everything anyway. Googly eyes. But yeah, very weird if it's not picked up your audio. Oh, your audio is janky anyway. Oh. Thank you for the head pats and googly eyes. Thank you, Kiri. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Great googly moogly. And hello. Hope you're doing well. Yeah. It's been a little while. I've seen you in like other people's chats, but as always, I'm like a silent protag. Why would I be a protag? Not a protag. A silent nothing. Because nobody knows I'm there. But yeah, hope you've been doing well. Hope you've been having some good rest. Ah, I see. Yeah, I mean, I would stream later, but it's kind of impossible because my work intervenes. And one could say, oh, I could rest when I get home and then stream way later, and then basically stream until I need to go to work, but I don't like that idea. I don't think that would be a wise idea. More. I'm glad then. But yes, I wonder what causes... It's always curious with audio issues. Well, I'm glad it's nice when I see you all. Like people say, just babble on, even if it's a silent place anyway, which I tend to. But yeah, it helps when you're all here. When all else fails, restart the Windows audio device. Oh, Windows audio service. True, Windows does like to mess with audio drivers. So like, amount of times I have to end up like going into the, you know, the actual mixer on Windows, or going through the sound settings somewhere on Windows and being like, what are you doing? Have you turned something down that you're not supposed to? Yeah, that sucks. 11 is okay, but I don't like the forced updates. Because something might go, you know, wrong. I mean, I've had 11 since 11 was a thing. Oh yeah, XP was great. I've not ran into do any issues with 11. I know some people have been having problems with it, but mine's been okay as well. I've not had any issues. XP was a good time. I had fun with XP. Windows 7 was good as well. XP and 7 were fun times, and 95 was good as well. Everything ran on Windows 95. You went from XP and then straight to 10. Ah, okay. 7 was good. 7 was like much XP. Not to mention, with Windows 7, when I stopped the updates, it stopped them. As in, like, it never once tried to turn them back on or do anything like that. It was great. That's fair. 7 was your favourite? Everything worked? It was before they started trying to hide all the settings under shiny graphics. I know! The only difference you'll see from between 10 and 11 is that for some reason they sort of tried to hide the menus a bit more, or not always hide, but they like just move things in a really odd place, and you're like, when you're looking for a particular setting, it's like, where the hell is this setting? That's the only thing with 11, is things just get moved or hidden behind something, and you're like, oh, so that's here now, kind of thing. Linux. Ah yes, Linux. The operating system that, honestly, if you can get things working with it, like, you're good at adding and making sure it gets all working is fantastic. Hey Ashley. They made things take more clicks and broke the Wi-Fi authentication? Do you say the Wi-Fi authentication? User mode Wi-Fi authentication. Then again, I tend not to use the Wi-Fi at all. So, we'll see. But yes, welcome in Ashley. My day goes okay. My sleep was non-existent near enough, but yeah, I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well. I hope you have had some nice coffee. No problem. Oh yeah, I give manual hugs back. Whoosh. Have some hugs. Have some hugs. Hugs, hugs. Oh. Whoosh. Third coffee. I knew it. I was like, it's either gonna be a third or she's not long finished her second kind of thing. I know you do. Coffee is your ritual to starting the day. I understand how coffee works for people. It must really be overcast though, because it's so dark. It's like 4:30 for me, and it's dark. What is this? It's your weakness? Or coffee? I mean, there was a mission in Borderlands 3 where this lady's been holding off like an armada of assaults for I don't know how long and trying to keep everyone safe. but she's one of those where she needs coffee in the morning, and the place where she used to get her coffee had been closed down for ages. And she's like, I need my coffee, man. Like, it's been so long. I need my coffee. Like, before we go taking out the tyrants, fixing anything, it's just like, no. Just get the coffee working, get the ingredients that's needed, and everything will be sorted. And yeah, I've also met plenty of people at my work as well that needs coffee to start their day. You watch, I'll go to try coffee and I'll probably burn my tongue or something. That wouldn't surprise me. Imagine a superhero in comics whose weakness is coffee? What, like they aren't really a superhero until they've had coffee in the morning, so their biggest weakness would be to not let them have coffee in the morning. Oh, that'd be horrible. And this superhero could save us all, but they've been locked up and can't have their coffee. Somebody get this hero some coffee. Yeah, imagine that. It's like the bad guy purposely targets going after all coffee and trying to rid the world of coffee. And the superhero is just like, no. This atrocity cannot be allowed to happen. Like, they could deal with a cataclysmic world eater that's like bigger than the planet, gonna swallow the planet whole, and they'd just be like, it's fine, another day of being a superhero. But then when it comes to coffee and someone trying to rid the world of coffee, that's the biggest sin that person could ever do. So they take it like even more seriously. That would be funny. That'd be very funny. Well, yeah, there's that as well. You're also removing the ability of the rest of the world. Can you imagine if there was no coffee in the world anymore? I wonder how much of the populace of the world would struggle with dealing. That'd be sad. I think a lot of people deal with having coffee, so yeah, it wouldn't be very good, would it? Suddenly all the people that rely on coffee become like, not the laziest, but like they don't operate. They just don't work. And like, there's bound to be plenty of people that are in like the position of good power, and because we don't have them, chaos is just ensuing. Oh, yeah, that would be pretty mad. See, people joke with these things, but coffee's important to people. It's like when it's storming in the morning, you're staying in bed because the rain just takes you out. Yeah, I know that feeling. Like, I don't really want to wake up to rain, but I'm okay with like coming home to rain. That's fine with me. Time to deal with real life? No rain, not the real life. I don't want to deal with that yet. That's my Mondays. You know when people were hoarding like toilet paper and all that stuff? That's what would happen with coffee. Take care, Rain. Stay safe. Keep your liquids up. I hope your day ends up being okay. Brum brum. People were hoarding rice during COVID. Actually, because it wasn't just rice, there was rice and pasta. People were like hoarding these things. I remember. Good old toilet paper. The toilet paper was a weird one. I don't get why people were suddenly like, I need to have all the toilet paper in the world. It's like, okay, we're not really short on it, but okay. Although we were being, well, it was getting, you know, more and more in demand just because people were like hoarding toilet paper for some reason. Hey, you just got a bidet. Yeah. They're meant to be very good. Like, everyone that usually ends up having one are like, oh yeah, I can't go without one now. You want more than one. You want them all to have it. It can have hot water as well. Blimey. I suppose it can't go scalding though, right? Because that sounds like it could be horrendous if it could go scalding. Although maybe that's not inherently a bad thing, but you know, scalding hot. Like it's so hot it's scalding. Really, really, really hot. Steaming. Like that kind of heat. Oh yeah, very rare times, so you're gonna have cold weather in Florida. Although, your version of cold weather over there is like what? It goes down to like between 15 and 19 degrees or something. That's like your cold days. Oh, wait, it can go that hot? Damn. What is with that saying, Feedy? What is with that saying? Hot showers are fine. Scalding hot showers are fine. I just thought it might be a bit odd if the bidet was like spraying ridiculously hot. But then again, it can also help, so Yeah, winters don't really exist in Florida. You just have your, like... Oh my god, I can't remember the difference. Like, tornado, hurricane season. That's what Florida gets. Yeah, lowering the humidity is always a nice thing, regardless of where you are in the world. No, but nobody likes humidity. Like, people can end up liking heat, but I don't think I've ever heard anyone go, "Oh yeah, I love it being humid. It feels so good." Like, don't think I've ever heard anyone say that. You're gonna miss winter? Why are you gonna miss winter? Wait, are you coming out of winter? Is that why? No sweating, no bugs, no power outages. Just coffee and chill. No sweating, for the most part, very, very true. No bugs. Yeah, pretty much near enough. I think the power outages depend on your area, no? I would have thought. Just yank the temperature to the max for showers. My skin should burn! I think I used to do that with the shower I had back in university. I didn't trust the water, so I was like, okay, be super hot, so, you know, you can burn the stuff off of me. Your cold can get to 35 degrees Fahrenheit? Wait, 35 Fahrenheit? Wouldn't that make it like minus something? If that's in Fahrenheit? Let's check. Oh. You just prefer cold showers? I mean, if you're usually in a hot place, then I guess that's understandable. Regardless of how hot it is, I prefer still scalding myself, because then I'm like hotter than the weather for a brief time. Those words have never been spoken. I know, I don't think anyone would ever like humidity. Ah, you are spring. Spring's a nice time, usually. Usually. It can be. I think most people feel that way with their own countries. Oh, it's like 1? Wait, so that's 1? That must be freezing though, in if you're in like Florida, because you usually have such hot temperatures. 1 degree would feel so cold when you're used to having like, you know, 70, 80, 90 Fahrenheit and beyond. You've had bad politics and the economy is bad, no infrastructure investment, loads of power outages during summer. My god, it sounds like my country. Sorry, mine's not doing that well. They're trying to make them seem like it is, but I don't know who they're trying to fool, really. But yeah, that is pretty rare for Florida. Countrywide. Ooh. I don't get some countries, but yeah. Oh, I know. I've seen it when Yu ends up having like 60 something Fahrenheit, and she's like, "It's freezing." Bless her. She like, she finds it so cold, and I'm just like, fair. I mean, to be fair, like, if you're used to a set temperature, and then suddenly it's like 15 to 20 degrees colder than normal, then yeah, you're gonna be like, oh my god, it's cold today, kind of thing. Like, if you're used to 30, 40 degrees and then suddenly it's 20 or below, then you're gonna be like, oh, it's a cold day today. Like, yeah. So I get that. 2 Fahrenheit, that'd be a funny one. Apparently there is a part where it can be like 0 Fahrenheit and 0 like Celsius somehow, and I'm just like, what? I don't know. I can't remember what that one was about though. It usually gets like 0, can get to like -10 Fahrenheit. Yeah, it can get pretty cold over here. I like the winter though. Everyone, this is something you'll end up seeing, especially with my country. It hits the summer. Most people are like, yay, summer, heat, blah blah blah. It starts getting anything above like 28 and people are like, oh, it's so hot, blah blah blah. And then it gets to like 35 and they're still like, oh, it's ridiculously hot. Because this country doesn't usually hit those kind of temperatures. But then they'll still complain that it's too hot. It then hits winter. I think universally everyone seems to hate winter in this country, bar a select few like me. I love winter. Not once do I ever complain about winter. I love it. Like, it's cold, it's fantastic. Oh, am I feeling cold more than usual? Okay, I'll just put on another layer. Job done. How cold does it get? In degrees? What was it last year? In Celsius, it was something like... We did have something close to -10. Because of the hours I get up in the morning, it ranges from like -5 to -10 when you're properly in winter. So yeah, it's still not bad. You still wrap up because you can still get a cold, but yeah, it's not that bad. It's perfectly fine. And we're not stuck in like snowstorm weather, really. So it's fine. And we had very little rainy days. So it was more of just like a stiff cold winter, which was fine. Where I work, there's no... Because of the size of the building, there's no like heating. But because I lift heavy things anyway, you know, like anything from a few kilograms to up to, if we go by what I would personally lift, anything that's like around 35 to 40 kilograms. Sometimes I go with the 50 ones, but you gotta be careful not to do your back in when it starts getting around 50 kilograms. Because remember, it's not just the weight that you're lifting, the size of the item, if it's bulky, can make it really awkward to try and hold. So you're contending with the bulkiness and the weight. Essentially, yeah, it is a free gym. Like, you're constantly doing squats because of when you're placing things in, you're having to crouch and stand back up and crouch and keep doing that, so you are effectively doing squats for a long time. And then, yeah, I'm just keeping warm by lifting thingies. There can be a wind when the bay doors have to open. That's when the cold wind comes in, and especially if it's a breezy day, which, again, because of where I work, it is quite windy there. I don't want to be by that door, honestly, when I'm working. It makes me cold. Having a -degree wind blowing on you is kind of okay with the body, but it freezes my hands. But my hands freeze easily anyway, so... Yeah, my hands freeze very easily. But they reach a point where they feel like they're frozen, and then... I don't know, they go full circle, and eventually they just feel warm again for no good reason. And I'm just like, oh, well, okay, I'll take it. I don't know why you've warmed up, but cool. I think because I'm still, like, grabbing boxes and moving my fingers and my hand and stuff, they eventually just warm up. But yeah, it is basically a free gym in there, if you can find heavy enough stuff to lift on a daily basis for a length of time, which I usually try to. That's why I stay in decent shape. Oh, you're lifting something heavy? Let me help you there. Oh, you can't lift this thing? Okay, I'll lift it for you. Then people are like, oh, like, you always help me. And I'm just like, yeah, I help. But I'm mainly just, I'm doing it to make sure I stay doing stuff. Although recently, because there's a number of different contracts working in there, it's mainly been like our contract doing a lot of the stuff. Not like specific in like their contracts work, but like the stuff that comes in that they should deal with, we've been having to deal with it, so. Any gym cess you get is the occasional over-the-top grocery shopping and walking with a bag to home and lifting 25 to 30 kilogram gas cylinders. I've had one of those before, ironically. Don't know how, don't know why. Don't know why we had one. But the printers I usually get are about like 25 kilograms. And some of the liquid stuff we get range from horrible to heavy. And then you get the bigger parts where they're like the size of screens. And then weigh a lot. That's the kind where you end up having to be creative about how you move them. Generally, you're supposed to get someone else, that's the rule, so you don't do yourself harm. I, however, do not have the time to go find someone half the time. So what I end up doing is I just am creative in how to lift the box in a particular way to get it to go where I need to go. Basically, I just think of physics. I guess it's not really creative, I just think of physics. And I let gravity do its work. It is. Because people hear the weight and they think, oh, it's not too much. It's like, yeah, but the item can either be really bulky or shaped in such a way, like the corners or the parts that you grab onto are so sharp that they dig into you, and it's horrible. Aye. It is what I went with to begin with, Robot Man. Because and it still is to a degree. I'm comfortable with female side of things. I treat it like when you'd go create a character on a game. Most often I will pick female, but also because my upbringing was around a lot of strong females, so they do be my buggers I reference when I needed things, I guess. But one day I will have a male. One day. There won't be a rush on that though, because it costs, but one day. Because I'm perfectly fine with being a male as well. It's nice to have both. I wish I could be both. Be nice to be able to switch between male and female. You know, a day of like... But then I feel like it'd be great, but I feel I would end up doing your mum's your #1 role model. Yeah. That's fair then. So you get the idea where I come from, of like a lot of the females I grew up with were like more role models for me than, well, yeah, than the other half. But I feel like if I could switch on the fly, it would be kind of bad, because I'd probably do what I did for a time in Final Fantasy XIV, and I think most people may have gone through this, where it's sort of like a Fantasia addiction, which is the item you use to change your character. And yeah, I used to switch between... Well, for the longest time I was female anyway, so that never changed. But it was a switch between Lalafell and then my cat girl, who I wish was a fox girl. And then later down the line, I ended up sort of preferring Dragon Lady, just because she's dragon. I like dragons. I know they're seen as more kind of prim and proper with the way they're done in 14, but they're still dragon people. I like dragons. Yeah, some people don't Fanta. That's fine. But I ended up being surrounded by people that kept like changing their looks constantly, and I was like, I love my Lalafell, but their proportion for lengths on some outfits weren't as great. That was before I ended up finding a style for my Lalafell. Which is why I end up preferring male with them now, because I have a good style with them. I know what to go for. But they all have their own merits. What is it? Dragon Lady is very slender. Basically, it's like Dragon Lady is meant to be like Asian body type, but they are very prim and proper for like the mannerisms, I guess, how their emotes can be. cat girls are more kind of Western-like, have more broader shoulders, and can be bigger in a way. But they're very tomboyish. Too demure for you. Yeah. I forget that's the word. That is what I'm meaning though, with the prim and proper. And I get it, like, I can see it there. But I just like dragons. Dragons are cool! And then, Elizons are... they're very lanky, and they have very long necks. They have some really beautiful emotes. Like, if you ever see them, their emotes are actually really nice. But their bodies are just really long. Very long. That's both the male and the female. And then Rogadin are just basically like... I'm sad that they're not more like their 11 counterpart, where they have like the lizard tail. So they kind of just look like big people. The guy is just a big lummox of a thing. The female Rogadin are what I guess some would probably call like your mommy figures, because of how they look. That's tends to be how people treat them. If you like that sort of thing. Or if you just like big people. And you have the bunnies, which the bun girls are very, well, yeah, very attractive. They're female buns. And the male buns are also attractive, actually. They're not too bad. They have a very nice look about them, a nice style. A race I wish they'd add in, if you could guess, a fox race. I've said it before they even added like the buns in. I was like, add a fox race, add a fox race. That's what I want. And then I was like, put their height between basically a Lalafell's max height and a dragon female's short height. Put it between there. That's what they need to be. I'd be happy with that. Male buns are very yummy. I can imagine. I know the male buns are yummy because it was the only time when I briefly went as one, the only time I was ever complimented on how I looked. Which was quite funny. I was just like, in all my years, in my decade of playing FF, not once. I mean, granted, a humongous portion of that was that I played Lalafell, and you're not gonna say much with a Lalafell, except for the Hunchback. Do they hunch? Don't the cat boys hunch more? Okie dokie goose. Have a good rest. I didn't think they were too bad. Still really pretty though. They're a pretty race. Like, if you to end up putting the races into like where they'd come from in the world, dragons be like Japanese, catgirls be, I don't know, you could just say they're from America or something. And the bun boys and stuff would be like Korea. That's what I'd view them as. Don't know where Rogadin would come from though, because they're huge, actually. In terms of height, I could guess where they'd come from, but for how they're like bulky, I don't think really any of the world has anything like that, unless you're like a bodybuilder or something. Bunny girls and boy culture was popularized in America? I mean, it may have done. I meant just in terms of like looks, of how they look. They're like, because Bun Boy is a pretty boy, that I would have just plonked him there. Monchi, hello. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. I've ended up like babbling for ages. I shall do a trigger. I think it's because like when they were asking people like what race to add in, people were really wanting like buns. I believe. And then there's me, where I just wanted fox people added. Just so there was some variation away from the cat girl. And that is all anyone can ever ask for. Just don't wear yourself out when you're trying your best. It is not good to burn out after all. That's a lot of bees. A British bristle brush, please. Oh my god. I remember not saying that quickly. British bristly brush. the brush is dying, so it's kind of peeling off. The left ear is so different from the right. You should see this other brush though. You know when you see people who have crazy hair when they wake up in the morning and it's just like in every bloody direction outwards? That's what's happening with this brush. Poor thing. Like, it can't even lay down flat anymore. The random, like, brushes are just elevating it. It's quite funny. But yes, those were the British brushery. British bristle. British. Goddamn. British. I can say it slowly, but I want to say it fast. British bristle brush. Bah. Who would have thought it's so difficult to say British bristle brush? They literally, the first two words have the exact same start of British, and then bristle. But you want to say bristly, like British, English bristle brush. Goodness gracious. It's quite difficult. I'm sure some people will be okay with it, like a new one, but I struggle with it, god damn it. British bristle brush. Because again, you want to say bristly. I don't know why you want to end up saying bristly after you said British. British bristle brush. Good lord. But if you try saying it fast, it becomes, well, British bristly. British brush. British bristle brush. Brr. Brr, 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 brr. No, they do not. I suppose if you were to say bristle British, bristle bristle British bus. Bus? Where did a bus come from? I don't think it works either way. You dozed off? I mean, the lack of sleep has been a day. I think if I focused on triggers a bit more, people would doze off. Everyone would be sound asleep. Thank you, Yagami. $6 AM. I was awake around that time. Well, my version of 6 AM, but yeah. Hey, Icon. I realise in voice I end up saying the entirety of the name and yet when I'm typing it, I just tend to put Reich. Hello. I hope you had a good rest. The room was constantly going hot and cold, back and forth, because it's that time of year. I feel you there. Mainly because my room's been getting like that, but only in the past few days. Like, I don't know what's been going on. Usually the temperature's been staying the same, but these past few days, like, it's steadily just been actually getting warmer, and I'm like, what? Why? Had to go to the cinema, but still 1 hour, so you wanted to come. Oh, thank you. Well, what are you going to see at the cinema? And I kept like my ceiling fan on, like temporarily, when I went to sleep, which was fine. I thought so. Because I think everyone's been going to see the Demon Slayer movie. Oh! Everyone's going to the cinema to go watch the Demon Slayer film. Well, do enjoy if you haven't seen it. And if you have seen it, then still enjoy anyway. I'm far too behind on that one. I've never watched Demon Slayer, so it wouldn't help me. I'm familiar with some of the characters, because, well, yeah, they pop up. You can't not see them when you're in that sort of sphere. But I've not watched the anime. Cine? Like, isn't that just the beginning word of cinema? Or if you're just wanting the actual word and it's nothing to do with cinema, then... Going to the cine. 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 Cine? Eh? Cine. Cine. I like Cine as well though. Cine kind of sounds kind of a cute word already. Cine. But yeah, Cine. Cine. I have a ceiling fan on and the AC on as well, but then someone feels cold and the AC's turned off. Then it gets humid, you turn it on, repeat the cycle. Oh, that sucks. I mean, I don't have AC, but luckily my ceiling fan is just only in my room. So, yeah. Like, if it's a warm... If I'm feeling warm when I'm going to bed, I'll tend to put my ceiling fan on, and I'll set a timer to have it turn off in like 4 hours or so. Okie dokie. Enjoy the cinema. Have a good time. If you are having any little snacks, do enjoy. But yes, enjoy the film. There's so many words for like a movie. Because obviously you got a movie, you've got a film, you've got I'm pretty sure there's another word. Popcorn. Popcorn sets were like $20. Yeah. Items are expensive in a cinema now. Like, the last time I went was ages ago, and even then things were like expensive, and I'm just like, damn. Deadpool 3. I think the last film I saw in the cinema that I was dragged to was maybe, it was either Lego Batman or something else, but I didn't really enjoy it, so meh. A year and 2 weeks ago? Blimey. I can't remember the last time I went. It's been a long time since I've been to the cinema. Oh, you googled. You caved into agreeing to watching it? Was it not a film you wanted to see? I'm now curious when I went to go see oh, okay. Apparently, 8 years ago, apparently, is the last time I went and saw a film. Because it says 2017. So yeah, 8 years ago was the last time I went to the cinema. My keyboard's gonna end up dying because I keep smacking the battery part of it. Oh, you didn't see the previous two. So you went and seen that one and hadn't seen the previous. Blimey. That's a lot of film to watch in one night, I guess. You went to the morning show. I see, I see. You watched all of the Avengers films except Civil War? I mean, I don't think you would have missed too much with Civil War. The only Avengers film I saw was the first one. When, you know, they actually... just the very first Avengers film. And then I seen like Iron Man 1 and to the first Thor film when he didn't remember who he was. There might have been one other, but either way, I haven't really seen many of them. That night you watched Godzilla minus the new Godzilla Kong movie. I forget their orders, but those films seem crazy. But yay that it went back to more of like original Godzilla, like the Japanese one, rather than the 1990, it was either 98 or 99 Godzilla, which was the American one, which, to be fair, I didn't mind that film. I liked it. But that's known as the American Godzilla, which I don't know how it was received, but I liked it. It was fun. Godzilla minus one is the Japanese one. It's close to the original one. Ah, okay. And there I say the Japanese Godzilla film, I don't know which one it was, but it's where they had to use like the interconnected train system to end up launching the trains at Godzilla to freeze him enough that he couldn't move. Which is funny to me. That's Shin Godzilla. Okay. Yeah, I know that one's Japanese. That one made me laugh. Because you had the people who really liked the train systems and were like, oh, that's the so-and-so train line. Oh my god, they're using it like the... I was just like, I've never seen people be so hyped for a train system. But it was definitely a good one, yeah. Technically that's the scariest Godzilla. Why? Because he's against us? Whereas in the other films it's more of... he's not really against us. If anything, he's probably helping us, but... What was the Godzilla film where it looked like they were in a different dimension or something? Because it had Kong in, and it seemed like it was Godzilla and Kong versus oh, I can't remember, a really strong one. I forget what it was. Was that one or I know they did fight. Did they team up in that one? Because King Kong and Godzilla ended up having to team up against whatever the other thing was. I just can't remember what the hell they were fighting. The progression of his evolution was scary. He can adapt to overcome the shortcomings he faced in previous battles to suit his needs. That's why Godzilla's supposed to be, well, for starters, that's I feel that's why like God is in his title. He's meant to like be the pinnacle. I feel. I've always liked Godzilla though. I remember when I was a kid, there was like a massive Godzilla toy. Like, and I mean massive, as in the thing was taller than me. And it was so cool. But I couldn't get it because obviously it was too expensive. Like, it cost a lot. But it always baffles me how, for one moment, they can kind of defeat Godzilla, and then it's just like, well, have you though? Or have you just like temporarily stopped him? Or I guess like maybe they do it for a time, and then it turns into like some bigger creature that's equally as troublesome comes along, and we're like, bugger, we can't deal with this. So we end up being like, we need Godzilla. Like, I don't even understand why Godzilla's usually having a go at us. Like, did we initially disrupt him? Very baffling. Very, very baffling. To clarify though, I've not actually seen these films. I just remember having some clips somehow get onto my YouTube. And I don't know, some late nights, and I was curious about some of the fights. Oh, don't worry, I end up writing an arm and a leg. At the end of the movie he was freezed, but he was already adapting by understanding that he needs to have more humanoid bodies to fight against humanity, and its tail was taking forms of multiple creatures. And a new head was spawning on its tail? What the hell? I didn't know. Since when did, like, Godzilla do that? What the hell? You wanna watch Jurassic Park with ScarJo one? ScarJo one. He sounds like he has some crazy adaptation rates. What was with Mechagodzilla? I presume that's something we tried to make. Or something. You've only watched the old one and the new one with Chris Pratt. Oh, not Pratt. There's not an R. Pat? I thought it was Pratt. Or is it Pat? Well, I know who you mean, anyway. The Jurassic Parks I've ended up seeing is the original 3. I don't think I've seen any of the new ones. Technically it's not even new anymore, they released 2 more after that, after Indominus Rex. Indominus Rex? Wait, is that what it was called? It wasn't Mechagodzilla? It was something. What? I'm confused! Or is that to do with Jurassic Park? Oh, that might be for Jurassic Park. Yeah, I've not seen any of the new ones, so I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with the newer bunch. Although aren't the newer ones called like Jurassic World or something? Weirdly, I've gotten in the way of like, I kind of like watching films with people now. So I don't tend to really see much because it's usually just me. Indominus Rex was bred with multiple species of animals, from birds and fish to raptors. Ah yes, because mixing a dinosaur Well, mixing DNA with a raptor specifically is always such a good idea. What is the heli? Why? Did I say something odd? Stretch. So to this day, she was the most wonderful Rex in the series. The most wonderful. I don't know which Jurassic Park it was. It was in one of the more recent ones. I remember seeing some weird ass creature that was tougher than a Tyrannosaurus Rex. And for some reason it was intent on chasing humans. And then raptors came and helped the guy out at one point. And then I think a really big dinosaur from the sea or something came out of nowhere, because sea dinosaurs were always humongous, and just sort of ate it. Oh, is that the Indominus one? Okay. It was one of those where I think it was being watched on TV, and then I was, coming to grab a drink, and then I saw that scene, so that's what I ended up seeing. Roxy? These things have names? I don't even remember the names. And the thing with a T-Rex, with the original Jurassic Parks and stuff, having that sound that it makes is wrong, because its mouth is more like a bird, so technically the noise it should make is something to that of a bird, but obviously that doesn't sound quite as terrifying as maybe what they made for the T-Rex with its, iconic roar. Because when they were showing like dinosaur bones, like real ones, so to speak, they were like, oh yeah, this is the size of like the largest like land-based dinosaur, and it's big. And then it shows ones that are like, this is how big they were in the sea, and they're like ginormous, like monolithic in size compared to the ones on the land. And it's just like, God forbid anything gets stuck in the sea, because they're gone. They wouldn't be able to deal with the sea creatures. They're way too big. Don't know how they would have lived considering their size, but but yeah, there's a lot of films I've ended up not really watching. That's why the ocean fascinates you and scares you at the same time. Rightfully so. I mean, there's plenty still hidden in the sea that just, maybe not necessarily like massive stuff, but there's a lot in the sea that we can't even really get to because of the pressure. But the fact that things can live down there is insane. fact that some of them can come from those depths up to, you know, the surface is insane, because you think they wouldn't be able to deal with such light pressure, but no, they're fine with it. Thank you for the follow. Thank you kindly. You do want to explore the oceans more than you want to explore space. I mean, the ocean, regardless of the pressure, is way more in reach than space. So, not much to do in space. No, not currently. Not until, you know, we get to levels of, like, where we easily just start colonizing planets kind of thing. One day. But that has, you know, pros and cons. Because, you know, it's gonna be the corporations and stuff that are gonna be the ones out in space trying to do what they can. And yeah. Oh well. Hopefully we don't end up annoying another race. Because there's no way in hell that we exist and that we're the only ones to exist. I refuse. That's impossible. And if people are like, oh well, it's potluck that even we exist anyway, it's like, then it's potluck that someone else exists somewhere else. So, yeah. But hopefully it doesn't do what like Titan AE did, of where a race gets kind of scared of what we're capable of, or like how fast we might end up progressing with things, and end up wiping us out because they're scared of us. Like, I don't want to be wiped out just because, you know, we may or may not become an issue. But we know the human race well. Like, the moment we start being able to basically take planets, we're gonna do what we always do. We'll just start conquering places and being like, oh, this planet's under so-and-so jurisdiction, this planet's under this corporation and that corporation, and sad days. But I don't think I'll be around by the time humanity reaches that point, because we're moving a bit too slowly with internal. Like, we can't even run one planet yet, so what hope do we have for having multiple? But we do need to eventually move away from this galaxy, because it's meant to have an issue. Or at least this solar system is meant to have an issue at one point. We'll all be dust by that point, Fuji. Hopefully we just have, well, something nice. Colonizing and spreading is what we know, but it's just a trait of Type 0 civilization. Hopefully Type 1 civilization won't have such traits. I forget how they do the types again. Like, yeah, like, the different types of civilizations are meant to be like, by the time we get certain types, it's meant to be like, all the problems that currently exist in humanity don't even exist anymore in those types of civilizations. Generally, everyone just gets on now. Everything's like advanced to the brink. to the point where we will probably be using our own star as a source of power, as in like we'll create like a massive. People go with the Dyson sphere, but it's generally just like we make a giant thing around it, and then we're basically just taking anything that our star sends out and using it straight away, and it just becomes power for the planet. And then, you know, your planet ends up looking like Coruscant or Cybertron or something. You know, it starts looking more metally and stuff. Type 1, I believe, can harness 100% of the sun's energy without waste. That's it. We're checking them all. Give me a second. Because I do like this kind of stuff as well. I wonder if this... Yeah, because it's meant to be on a scale, I think, of 1 to 10, was it? Or is it just 1 to 3 for the types? Hey, Kate. I've done this before, haven't I? Where I say Kate, and then I'm like, wait, was it Cat or was it Kate? I think it is just the 3. So yeah, and welcome in, Kate. I hope you're doing well. Now I am like Kate Cat. I did this before, didn't I? And then like bugger. But hello. I hope you're doing well. But type 1 is access all the energy available on the planet and store it for consumption. Type 2 is you directly consume a star's energy, most likely through a Dyson sphere or something like that. Type 3 is able to capture all energy emitted by its galaxy and every object within it, such as every star, which includes like black holes and stuff. Can you imagine if humanity managed to figure out how to take things out of or utilize a black hole? What the hell? Like, that's insane. Yeah, I'm alright, thank you. I am good. I'm remembering buttons. There we go. Thank you for the headpads. My sleep was a bit broken, but oh well. They have roughly 4 billion years to figure it out. Because that's when our star is meant to blow up. Oh, or where the sun expands so much that it would expand enough to actually cook the planet. So technically we wouldn't be able to be on this planet. You know, for a fact, and thank you. You know for a fact that if our star was actually to expand enough that it was going to be too hot now, based on the position of the Earth, either we would move and evacuate the planet, or we would strap giant bloody engines to the Earth and actually change its orbit around the star to make sure it doesn't get engulfed. Depends how much we are attached to planet Earth. Because you can move planets, you've got to be really careful about it though. But yeah, you definitely have to be careful. But I get the feeling, if it wasn't too much for us, we'd probably just like move the planets that we'd want, or we would just shift everything off because it was easier or something. But it'd be nice if we'd one day at least get to a Type 2 civilization of, you know, at least consuming our star. But Type 3, the way the human race is, it's possible, but I don't think humans are a very strange race. Problem is, Earth is already moving at a ridiculous speed to maintain the orbit. To shift its orbit outwards, a ridiculous amount of energy will be required, and then the gravity will change. Yes. Effectively, if for whatever reason they did want to keep the Earth, you would have to effectively evacuate the planet. And then you've got to take into account our moon, if you're wanting it to stay with us, or not. Because the only way you can harness basically strapping on a huge engine to the planet to then move it is that it needs to be fueled. And the problem with that is you're most likely going to use the core of the planet. That's probably the easiest method. And you don't really want to do that because you're just gonna wear out the poor thing. Mars would eventually get engulfed as well, because it's not that far away from here. I know we take an age to get to Mars still, but we'll figure out a way to get there pretty quickly. So, yeah. But I can't see how we would end up utilizing a... Because the thing I end up thinking of is, say we get to Type 2 before our sun starts expanding, and we're utilizing its energy. Like, knowing us, we would probably try and find a way to try and stop it from expanding, which seems like a very bad idea. Because if you stop something from expanding, and then you're basically trying to contain something that really does want to expand, we're probably going to end up sending our sun in the other direction, and it will collapse on itself, which goes two ways. You have your supernova, so everything will just get obliterated, or it turns into a black hole. And if we're only at Type 2, we won't know what to do with a bloody black hole. It'll just be there and we'll be doomed anyway. But if it does go supernova, technically, not that I'd recommend it, you could slingshot the planets at the right moment. The problem with that is, can you imagine the velocity that a supernova would create sending a planet out? It would kill the planet anyway, even if it wasn't getting damaged by the explosion and the heat, so to speak, and the radiation. Like, the speed you'd be traveling, you would just keep going until potentially you might end up in another, like, gravity well of something, and hope that it puts you in a correct place. So, yeah, I don't think riding the wave would be a good idea. Imagine riding the wave of a supernova just to be shot into, like, a neutron star or something just equally as horrible. Ugh, no thanks. Can you tell I like space stuff? Oh yeah, yeah. That's what I mean. Like, if somehow you were able to already shield the planet from all the damage and the heat that it was giving, it's basically a giant microwave at that point. Oh yeah, and there's the point of... That's a good point, Sorbs. I didn't think about that one. That is true. Hey Barry! That is true. You have that way as well. Like, sure, we get shot away, and say we shield ourselves from everything, and we're dealing with the speed, and we're just managing to actually survive everything. It wouldn't matter anyway, because we'd be so far away from anything that has heat. I don't know, I think if we were so advanced that we managed to shield against all of that, we'd probably just have something to keep the Earth warm somehow. Who knows, maybe we end up figuring out how to actually make a sun, and we just be like... Space talk is always scary to you? I mean, it has a lot of uncertainties. And the thing with films is films are only taking a portion of what was understood at the time and then turning a what if scenario as if it was actually happening. Because as time goes on, we're learning more and more. And I always just do random ideas when it ends up turning into, you know... These are all things that happened in, you know, billions of years, blah blah blah, but... yeah. Sorry, I do like space stuff. There's quite a bit of heat energy on Earth and it doesn't radiate away that fast, but yeah, we still take a chunk. Plus, remember that slowly the Earth is getting, like, the levels of the water are slowly gonna turn into... Well, the Earth will become a water planet again, eventually. And all the land will just be, like, stuck under. But that's a ridiculously long time that the Earth will do that naturally. And then it will go back down again. I don't know if it will freeze. Depends. Vacuum? Can blood boil? What can bleh, can boil blood? Assuming we had the tech, we should probably have bubble cities ready for that. Ah, yeah. Basically become like Atlantis, effectively. Because that was meant to be the thing anyway. The world becomes basically like the water height gets so high that it's just a water planet. We stay underneath, but then the sun was supposed to get so stupidly hot that it wouldn't matter anyway, because it would make the water boiling. So I'd like to think... Yeah, so the only way is we end up figuring out... not even figuring out. To my knowledge, we don't have anything on the planet, this planet, that can withstand the, like, pressure deep in the deep, deep sea. We'd have to get resources elsewhere that are stronger than the stuff on Earth. And then, you know, it would make it a lot harder to have hotter water, but you're still going to be surrounded by a lot of hot water. What is the boiling point of blood? This is where... Yeah. I derailed a bit, apologies. I'll go to more relaxed things. It was just stuff that interests me. Around 80 degrees or something? I shall check. It is 100 degrees, apparently. So 212 Fahrenheit, but at low pressures. It's different. So at normal atmospheric pressure, blood boils at around 100 degrees, but at lower pressures, such as those found at high altitudes or in space, the boiling point decreases significantly. So, yeah. You don't want less pressure. So if you are at 63,000 feet, which is 19,000 meters, your your blood can begin to boil at around 37 degrees, which is close to the normal human body temperature. That's insane. Wow. So yeah, if you're near the atmosphere of our planet, be careful. You'd have to be severely high up Fuji. It's okay. Like, you'd have to be getting into, like, ridiculous territories in the air, which we would naturally never get to. Yeah, stick to the ground. It's all good. Remember, they're wanting to do, like, space flights, aren't they? To get to places quicker in the world. So instead of taking an airplane, you take a flight into space, and then a whoosh. Anyway, I will switch topics because I don't want people feeling not as rested due to the fact that I'm talking about space. The tour will be nauseous. Yeah. I wonder if they'll just do something like a massive elevator, but to get that to work is already insane. Economically viable as Concorde. Yeah, we know how that went. But to do with other news, I need to get a passport, to be fair. My old one ran out ages ago. And if I'm ever to go anywhere, especially like next year and stuff, if Fuji's end up still going to TwitchCon and all that stuff, then I'm gonna need a passport to get into to get in the country. I sadly can't just teleport. I wish I had that power. That'd be cool. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you find it calming. Yeah, when I'm not talking about hypothetical crazy cases of horrors, yeah, it's generally a lot more relaxing. Wait, we can get them now? Can you get them now? Do they not set them? When do they sell them? Usually. Is it like several months before? I presume maybe somewhere in the beginning of the year or something. And I won't lie. Early of the year. Okay. keep me posted, Fuji, because I might not notice. Unless Twitch puts it on their main thingy saying like, grab your tickets now. Either way, just keep me posted. Because, yeah, I don't want to end up missing when I can grab a ticket. Wait, how long does it usually take to get a passport? Isn't it just like a few months or something? Or a month? Or I don't know. Unless that's dependent on the country. You get yours in a day? Damn. Why the... What? How do you get yours in a day? I haven't checked mine. I don't know how long it would take. Yeah, I'll have to check then. See how long it takes them to do. Because I know who makes my passport, because it was like best bid kind of thing. And hilariously, France makes the British passports, which makes me laugh. That's a lot of months for a passport though. There's a lot of things I'm looking up today. Hang on. Although I can't look at yours, Yagi, because... Yes. Apparently, average processing time for the UK passport renewal is 10 days, while a first adult... Well, it's not my first one, so that's fine. So around 10 days for me, apparently. It says if you need it urgently, you can fast track services to receive it in 1 day or 1 week. What the hell? If they can get it to you in 1 day, why not? So they can get it to me in 1 day if I'm urgently needing my passport. That's funny. That makes no sense. But if you're not in a rush, they'll just take their time about it. That sounds about right. Very like this country, I suppose. Well, yeah. I suppose you'd need a reason for it though, like, oh, you went to go and your passport was fine, but something was weird and... Interesting. But yeah, I need to sort my passport out. It says ideally it takes around 30 to 45 days for processing. Jesus Christ, Yagami. What the hell? That's so long. Are they trying to discourage people from, like, visiting other countries? Whoa. That's insane. That's mad. That's so long. Oh yeah. I mean, I have no idea at the moment. My only ID, so to speak of, is like my old passport. That's like, well, old. Still annoys me that they're like, yeah, you can't wear your glasses when you take the picture because we need to see your face. And I'm just like, I need to wear my glasses to see. You wouldn't see me without my glasses. So I find it very stupid that the ID to prove that it would be me is me without my glasses. Do I still need a passport to travel within the EU? Yes, because I'm not a part of the EU. That's the thing with the UK. We're not... I don't know. They're fiddling around with the rules lately. We're not part of the EU, but we have some of the rules. Because our stupid Prime Minister seems to think that we should be a part of the EU. And we're just like, no, we don't want to be. We came out of it. Because you kept... Effectively, they're doing now, or what they're doing now is the reason we left the EU in the first place. They kept sending so many migrants to our country to the point where we couldn't deal with them. And that was a very big factor into why we wanted to leave. Because it was ruining the country and we couldn't look after everyone. But every EU country kept sending them to us. And they seem to think that the UK is made to take all of their people that they, for some reason, don't want to deal with. And it's happening again. But meh. Yeah, like I'm all for helping people, but like, this country's not doing so good. It's struggling at the moment, and they just keep throwing people at us as if we can deal with it. And it's all because we seem to want to be the first to always be like, look how well we're doing, and it's just like, no, we're really not doing that well. Like, crime is at an all-time high, prices of things are at an all-time high. Like, no. It's not good. Anyway. Dear Lord. But some recent deals have gone on where basically it's made travel easier for the UK within the EU. Because they basically made it very hard for us and kept charging us basically for anything that we wanted to do in the EU. But we've had to accept a few of their rules, which isn't great because it's to do with like food, for example. We have to follow their laws of certain things of what can and can't be grown and the way it should be grown and stuff, which isn't good, because I'm not saying that the UK has the best method of like how we grow things. There are plenty of countries that do things better, but a lot of our stuff was of higher quality than Europe, and we're being forced to follow their rules. And I'm just like, why? Oh my word, I said I wouldn't get into this, sorry. Yes, anyway. Yeah. It's just a mix of people think the UK is doing very well, and it's not. That's all that needs to be known. Like, there's a lot of things we need to fix, and our current government is doing the same issue that they did before, of borrowing so much money from everyone that it's putting the country into a very deep abyss of debt. So yes, inflation is very high. They keep trying to keep things low. And welcome back, Black Panther. Welcome back. But they're trying to keep things low by not raising, like, VAT, by not raising taxes, by not raising, you know, the things that generally the common person would care about. But in doing so, they're charging the richer people of the country, which isn't helping things, because if you charge the richer ones, overall, everyone else is having to pay more. The US has had problems with debt for a long time. That's why Trump has been trying to basically charge everyone for everything and make a lot of money. Generational debt, yeah. I mean, I don't see the problem with, like, doing more deals with the US, honestly. Better than Europe at this point, honestly. That's how our current Chancellor is working. She's like, what's a bit more debt? We'll be okay. We'll just keep borrowing money, it's not a problem. Thank you for the headbats. But yeah, we'll move away from debt because no one wants to chill with that in their mind. It'd be funny if the UK just, I don't know, goes, I don't care anymore, and just they don't care. Like, it, and great googly moogly. I think we've, at least with the British people here, we've gotten to the point where we're just not being listened to, and I think we're just really fed up. That's why Reform Party is having such a strong standing currently. But I don't think they'll be able to do anything either. Oh. But no. But some countries, I think, just don't acknowledge the debt at all. Yeah, seems to be how it is. We're like trying to manage everything, and it's just not possible. I wish we had like the be-all end-all of things, but they need to start doing it for this country where we have our own things and people pay to have our things. That's how it needs to work, instead of us borrowing from everybody else all the time. It's ridiculous. Yep. Everyone will be... well, no one will have anything. God forbid anyone own things in this day and age. What was I going to say there? But yes, this all stemmed from a passport. Yeah. Yeah, I'll still need a passport for like ID and stuff. To say I come from another country. I think our, like, the book is, you know, like, the look of the passport isn't burgundy anymore, and I've always known it to be burgundy colour. It's now gonna be like dark blue, like a royal blue, which is okay, but I was just used to the burgundy. Minor things, but you know. Royal. Yeah, like a royal navy blue. So a darkish blue. I really wanted the Queen to make it past 100 and beyond. I really wanted her to. It would have been great. Brown burgundy. You had. So what has yours turned into? Ooh. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something, and then I forgot. Oh yeah. And yeah, I won't lie, I'm gonna be very nervous going to, oh, thank you for the follow, Black Panther. Thank you kindly. I'm gonna be kind of nervous, going to TwitchCon thingy next year. Not because I'll be meeting people and stuff. I'm perfectly fine with meeting people that I want to meet. So I look forward to, like, eventually seeing Fuji and God knows who else I might end up seeing. My concern is that I've never, like, the only time I travelled was when I was a kid. I've never travelled since, so it will be my first time going to a country, and on my own at that. That's the only thing I'm worried about. You've adapted quite a lot from the UK. That's fine. Adapt and don't make the same mistakes. First time to Europe. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Oh, you've never set foot outside your country either. Oh, I mean, in general, you've never... I see. Thank you. It should be an amazing trip. Time to go on an adventure. We must look after Yagi. End up using your words. And that'd just be like... Oh yeah. This was also something... I assume we still... Like... Even when you meet people in, like, the flesh, I assume you still call them by, like, their handle name, basically. Like, you don't refer to someone with their actual name. Else, else I guess it causes issues. Which is fine anyway, because I guess we get used to people calling our names, our online names. It's gonna take a while, probably a couple more years. Annie! Hello! I might find it weird to just be called by their real name on stream. Yeah. Like, I think depending on the individual, like if they're actually like a friend, then maybe, but that would still be like behind closed doors kind of thing. Like if you're going there and no one knows you anyway, you might just want to be called your in real life name and stage name so people don't recognize you. Stay hidden. True, because people don't know what you look like. Ah yes, cards. But there's also the thing of like, people might end up being like, oh wait, I know that voice, kind of thing. And they're like, oh, are you so-and-so? It's like, To my knowledge with how TwitchCon works, it's usually a big... It's where you can do the like fan thing, but it's also mainly for people like making more connections kind of thing. Like, oh, you're with so-and-so, here's my card, I'm a so-and-so streamer, blah blah blah. It's good for that as well. I would not have any cards. I don't think I'd need to bother with that. I'm too new, luckily. Fuji, you can bother with that. Because you're big enough. But I'm too small, so I don't need to bother with that. I could still make connections, but it'd be a bit weird. Oh, there's a different thingy for creators? Is it? Because usually when I hear stuff to do with this kind of thing, it's usually like, oh yeah, they have their days for meet and greets and God knows what else. But then it's also like, you know, like private party or other meets if you want to hang out, is what you've heard. Ah, okay. Makes sense. It's always amusing, like, hearing, because people don't know what a lot of VTubers can look like, they're just sort of standing in line like everybody else, and then you can, when they end up hearing like they get mentioned by someone, and you're just there like, oh, do they know me? They don't know it's you, but they just end up talking about maybe someone they really like or something. It's quite funny. Because I feel like fan meetups with when it comes to VTubers is usually like you'd be backstage somewhere while you're basically popping out on screen, is how I thought they did it with fan meetups. Which, I get it, because that's how you know them. Oh yeah, never zero. There's always a chance, but I don't know. I didn't think I would even ever be going to such things or doing such things. I'm mainly just going because Fuji said they were going, and it'd be nice to meet. So that's primarily why I'm going. All you know is that don't accept gifts from someone without it being thoroughly checked for trackers, and take your own water with you in private parties, and don't drink what's given to you. Luckily I'm very good at not really having to drink a lot of the time anyway, but correct with like accepting of things, because you never know if, like you said, if someone's put trackers or something somewhere with it. You always wanted to go to Europe. Oh, fish. I wonder what you'll get. Thought it's a good chance. Needed a break. That's fair. A sunfish. Why is it called a sunfish? It's something to look forward to. Yeah. It definitely makes me very nervous though. Just because it's something I've not done before. That and I don't go out, so woo. But I need to know a date well in advance, so then I can book my time off, because I book all my time off at the beginning of the year. So the quicker I know a date, the better, because then I can be like, yeah, I want this time off. Sunfish are cool. Do they radiate? Oh wait, I see what you did there. Sunfish are cool. Oh, I know you probably are saying that they're cool, but I like it as well. Big and slow. Oh. Adventure. Oh, I do like adventure. I just, it's been a long time since I've done any adventuring, and it'll be, yeah, just the first time on my own. I'm sure I'll be okay. I know I need to like book a hotel massively in advance, because anywhere close to expos tend to get filled up really quickly. So yeah, the sooner I know a date, the better, and then I can just be like, zoom, get everything done. You hope EU's safe for a single female traveller? I think it depends where in Europe. And it's a crazy time at the moment. But I'd also say it's probably the best time to like do it before anything else more happens with the world. So yeah, I'd say now's as good a chance as any. If I had the time, I'd join you, Fuji, in the adventure of Europe. But I can only have so much time off of work. I certainly wouldn't be able to have a month off. I don't even get that much. I don't even get that much time off. Yeah, a great big, long hangout, do things, experience all the very key moments of life. It'd be nice too. I'd very much like to go on a journey. Or, like, I've always wanted to go on a journey. It's just... well, the longer I've been leaving it, the worse it seems to get. Like, I'd have to save a lot, I assume. Save a lot, and I had an odd, not really a dream, but I think it was when I was like in between being awake and trying to doze off. But like, I had a dream where I went to a meet and greet. And the guy in front of me was being kind of rude to the person like we were going to meet. They weren't with me, but yeah. And then I don't know, like later on something ended up happening with them. Someone was picking on them. I intervened, and then I find out that they're like the brother of the person who I went to go see of the meet and greet, and I was like, oh, okay. And then it turned into a weird thing of like, was that a sneeze? What was that? Yeah, it turned into a night thing where suddenly it's like the things you see in films where some like punks or whatever are chasing someone or following someone, and then we had to escape them. And then it steadily got worse and worse. I don't get why. The primary is already going away year by year with nothing, I don't know. By then, if you'll have energy or will. Before you need a cane. You only need a cane if, I don't know, you've somehow massively hurt yourself, or you end up getting a condition that requires you to have one. But I think as long as you're never too old, as long as you have, I know you said about your will, but as long as the feeling's still there of wanting to go on a journey, a trip, or what have you, it's never too late. You could be like a 80-year-old and still go on a trip. No, when you're old. You won't need a cane when you're old. You'll be like one of those, like, you'll just be oozing with vitality kind of thing. Like the kind where you see some old timer that's going on a sprucely like power walk thing, and somehow you overtake all these youngsters. That's what I imagine. Yeah. Turbo Granny, sure. But notice how I'm not really calling you a granny, regardless of you getting older. I just... an older person. Youngsters. Time to get ready for work. Oh, on a Saturday. Sad days. Sad days, goose. But yes, Ohio. Hope you had a good rest. I've never called anyone that's like massively older than me, like a granny or anything. I just refer to them that they're older than me, or like, oh, you're older. Because they try and... I've got someone at my work that's like very, very close to their 60s. Which isn't old, by the way. She's just older. But she has a plethora of problems, bless her. But very strong-willed lady. I get on with her well. And take care, Goose. Stay safe at work. Keep your liquids up. But no, she's nice. A very strong-willed lady. That's why I get on with her. And very blunt, which is fantastic. Works for me. Like, I'm fine with blunt people because I'm the same back with her. So I just talk to her normally. Because I can't remember what it was, but we were talking about something, and then I was like, I said blah blah blah, oh, because you're older, blah blah blah. And then she's like, some other sentences go up, and she's like, oh, well, you called me old. And I'm like, no, I said you were older. And she's like, ah, yeah, you did. I don't seem like a blunt person. I mean, on stream, I'm trying to find things to talk about half the time. And usually people aren't so chatty. So I'm very hard at like trying to find conversations to talk about. But I reciprocate what I'm given. If someone's quite shy towards me, I tend to not say much to them. If someone's very blunt towards me and is just being them, like they're not trying to be offensive or be mean or anything, they're just literally saying how it is, then I'll just be the same back. Because I know they're not gonna take it in a wrong way. Because I know I can't be blunt with everyone. If I am, there are some people that take it the wrong way. I've had it in the past. Blunt is better than sharp. I mean... yeah, it can be sometimes. But I do feed off of the energy given me. So, if it's a small amount of energy, I'm gonna be the same back. If I'm given a huge amount of energy and someone's oozing confidence and, you know, they're just like flowing wonderfully, I can also be the same. Oh, medpads. I always make sure I've got the right thing selected. Flexible? I think I've had to learn to be flexible to a degree. At least when it comes to the internet, I tend to, like, hold back a lot on what I go to say. Because, I don't know. I don't know what I do. Thank you, Thread. Yeah, I just hold back a lot. I'm pretty sure I smell bolognese, which I don't know why I'm not in the mood for. I think it's bolognese. Bolognese always makes me laugh with how it's spelled. It should be like Bolog Nessie or something. think with the ones that don't have filters, it's helpful. It's definitely helpful to know and understand a person when they don't have filters, because then they're not taking things in the wrong way. It's kind of why I get on with quite a few people at my work. They're just very blunt. But they're always very nice to me. It's quite funny because they view themselves as like an asshole, but I'm there and I'm like, no, I don't think you're one. Like, you talk to me, and like, usually you're like extremely nice to me. Like, you've never been rude or anything. I think because I'm always trying to help them out. But that's the other thing. I do tend to look after them. Whenever they need a hand or something, I tend to just go and do it. They don't even need to ask. I just go and do it. And generally that's what they seem to like. Yeah, and insecurities certainly are a pain. I had my line manager was a person with insecurities. Like, people would never go to them. The reason people never went to them was because they never knew the bloody questions we were asking them. And they're like, oh, if you need anything, come and see me. And it's like, oh, that's fine, but like, you don't know the answer, and you choose the worst outcome when we do come to you, so... And she caused me a lot of stress at one point. Like, she was the kind that I would simply just ask a question, a simple question of like, maybe they told me to do something, I agree to it, I'm like, yeah, okay, that's fine, and then I'm just like, but can I do it after like this, because this needs doing sooner rather than later? And then it's just like, oh, why are you questioning me, why are you backchatting, blah blah blah, and then tries to do like a formal complaint against me, and I'm just like, no. So I'm having to keep calm. I'm the one that's like shaking because I'm frustrated and trying not to lose it with them. So I'm there and in keeping a calm tone, and I'm literally just like, I don't know what's going on, but like, if any offense has been given, I mean no offense, but I was simply just asking, and then I was basically explaining why I was saying and asking what I was asking. Like, it wasn't to be awkward or anything, it was just a simple question. I was like, you don't need to blow up at me, there's no reason for it. But they weren't getting along with a certain individual of our group. And as soon as I mentioned that person's name, everything was focused on that person. And I was like, no, this isn't about them. This has nothing to do with them. It's like, what we're here is for you and me. And then I was like, we need to start new. Like, I don't know why I had to be the adult. This woman was in her 50s, by the way. And I'm the one having to be the adult. And had to explain to her to take a step back and to just chill. start anew and we'll go from there. If she thinks there's some extra things going on, it's in her head. So I basically had to reset the situation and be like, stop trying to have a go at me. I am trying to help you as well, but you need to communicate to me as well, so that, you know, I can understand where you're coming from. You can't just explode at me when I ask a simple question. But we managed to start anew. She was still struggling with things, but I did my best to, like, help out when I could. I explained a lot of things to her. When things weren't being quite so helpful for her from other people, I just basically explained things in a calm manner and stayed. So, you haven't slept for 2 days? Get some rest. I had days like that. But, yeah. I mention age, but it's nothing to do with age. There are just certain types of people that are able to deal with very, like, high-stressed jobs. Because being a manager isn't always easy. I get it. But you can't just explode at your staff. For no reason. So, yeah. But, that's a very abbreviated one. This was after, like, months and months of exploding at me, and she was the cause of my stress and why I lost, like, a lot of weight. Hey Pem. Meow. Yeah. But, it didn't matter anyway, because, she still couldn't deal with the stress of the work, and she ended up leaving. Yeah. She definitely could not deal with it though. And for many months it was just not good to work there. Oh, hang on. Give me a second. I forget I need to mute by this thing. Mercy, not having a button feels sucky sucky. Also, holy balls. I was babbling on for ages, apologies. Meepo, Meepo, Meebo, Meebo. Hello. Sorry, it took so long to say hello. Hello. Holy balls. Okie dokie, Black Panther. Understood. Go get your shopping. Yeah, holy balls. It's what I say when I'm like, you know, like, good grief, or goodness gracious, or goddamn. I just go holy balls sometimes. But, yeah. I think with a high-stressed manager role, there are certain individuals that can deal with such a job, and just some people are not able to deal with such things. So yeah, like it's not everybody's thing that they're able to do. It honestly got to the point where even I thought I would be better at being a manager, honestly. Me, of all people. But that's mainly because I know the job really well, actually. I think that was why I had that confidence there. I knew more, so... meh. You deal so well with stress, that's why you... Wait, you broke 3? I knew you broke 1, I didn't know you'd gone through another 2. Damn. There's people manager and work manager. Yeah. She was definitely not a people manager, and that's kind of what you need to be. Oh, we also realised that she wasn't actually doing even her own job. So yeah. One exploded last night. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope it didn't, like, screw your t-shirt up. Like, I hope you're able to, like, wash it out or whatever. I know it's only, like, jelly stuff, but, yeah. I feel like you need one of those bottom thingies that you can put for your chair so that it doesn't dig into the ground. So then it's easily cleanable. I've never seen someone break so many stress balls. God damn it, Pem. Not your fault. But god damn it. Best job and positions are ones that make you the most comfortable. So don't pick something you hate and it'll be sure to work. But it's easier said than done. Yeah, true. That is true. I just don't like working. I hate working. But that's okay. Streaming doesn't count, by the way, because I don't view streaming as work. Like, streaming is... When you have streamers where, you know, streamers that are usually going for like many years, and you have people do Q&As or whatever, and they're like, you have people ask like, oh, what do I need to do to like, to be able to stream and stuff, and people will be like, oh yeah, you know, stream what you want to stream, at least to begin with, you know, do what you enjoy, all that other stuff, like, because yeah, you can tell when someone's streaming who isn't enjoying it. It comes through in any job, I feel. Like, if you're not enjoying it, people can generally just show. But again, yeah, streaming isn't work for me, because it's just something I wanted to do. ASMR. ASMR. Yeah, I know. Most ASMRs is like, it's a nice quiet day, blah blah blah. It's lovely, it's wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Hello, welcome in, blah blah blah. And yet, I'm here where I'm like talking normally. I'm not even talking in a quieter tone to make it comfy. Because we're in like talking mode, I'm like talking normally. And yeah. God damn me. Even if you don't show your face, your voice can tell. Yeah. Exactly. That is true. Oh, am I supposed to give a distraction? The most I can think of is like a chest, but I don't have like a very revealing chest. So, you know how in some people's VTuber art, the chest is like, it's designed to make you look at it. Mine isn't made to, you know, look at it. My new outfit's a bit different. That shows a bit more, so maybe it works with that one. Yeah, I can do the boing boing if you want to, because I haven't like adjusted how, like, Whose chest works like jello? What is this? What is... Hang on. Oh, waggle. What is this? No one's chest works like this. The only way is if you're like... If I had my hands on my chest and then did this, maybe they might work like that. But I can guarantee you, an actual chest would not work like that. For how this body frame works. I'm not saying like all chests are the same, but... Moderate amount of boing boing. To be fair, I've seen where the chest has been done properly, of at least trying to more accurately simulate how it'd be, and it's great because it's not over the top. You can see that they move, but it's not like where you'd move an inch of your head and the flipping things wobble like someone's flicked a jello piece, and or like the rippling of the water. Like, those are crazy, but I don't know. That wasn't my focus for this, so it's fine. I mean, they vary, don't they? I'm sure some are quite bouncy indeed and absolutely crazy. Like, I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm just saying for, like, my body's frame, it's probably a bit too excessive. Welcome back. You have candy floss? Oh. I think I've tried candy flossed. Candy flossed? We're flossing. We're flossing with the... You like the bounciness. I'm glad. That's actually one of the things that usually annoys me with not the bounciness, just like when... It's one of the things that used to annoy me when I was young. And I get it, but it's still annoying. Like, obviously you have two girls who end up just appreciating like their chests or whatever, and it's okay because they're both females, but like the same can't really be done vice versa, male and female having the same kind of like camaraderie, however you say that word. It was something that used to like make me jealous because it was just treated as a normal everyday thing. It was just treated normally between two girls, and I get it. And I just wanted that normalcy as well, but it can't because I'm a guy, so I'm just like, by natural decree, I am not allowed. Bigger man boobs? I mean, some people probably try to do the whole nice cock or something. Like maybe you see them just in their briefs or something, and you can see that even without them being hard or something, you can see that there's quite a bulge there already, and you can be like, whoa. But generally guys tend not to do that, do they? What do you mean, what? And very rarely you're going to see a guy in briefs anyway. This is when I start getting lost. And people are like, you're saying these things, and I'm like, yes? What? That actually exist in Brighton? I mean, I know Brighton has a lot going on, but didn't realise they had a nudist beach. Me? What have I done? I've said words. Have I been, like, rude or... what's the word? We're talking about stuff. Like, what's the problem? How is it unsafe, sir? Like, when you talk about stuff, you talk about stuff, regardless of thingies. Like, it's not like we've gone into any crazy detail of, like, any form of sexual stuff. It's just... okay. Oh. I wondered why I was warm. I haven't got my fan on. I didn't turn it on because it was too early. Oh, but I have food. I don't want to make the food cold. Okay, you can just sit there. Yeah. Sometimes I just talk about things and then, like, I don't know, they just kind of, you know, one conversation just rolls on to the next and I'm not really half the time. I don't know, I don't end up thinking it's anything particularly bad. I've hung out with a good variety of people over time, so like mostly things don't really like surprise me when we talk about things. I usually get confused actually when people are reacting a certain way and I'm just like, is something bad? Why haven't you seen any ads yet? I mean, I put the message in case you get ads, but with ASMR they tend to slightly be a bit more lenient in not showing them. I mean, people do get them. It used to be that way, unless they've changed it again, Pam, because there was a time where they tested not having any on, and then they turned it back on because some people started getting ads again, even in ASMR. But it seems random on the individual. Yeah, if you go to anything off of ASMR, it's ads straight away. They changed it again? Well, I ain't gonna mention it. Yay if they have. Only ever gotten them when the streamer deliberately changes to just chatting. It is chatting, and to be fair, what I've been doing is just been chatting. I should warm the harbour god. Why does this work in such a way? Yes, I am away. Stop it. Why is it when I get further away I get bigger? Why does this... why? Yeah. To be fair, yes, my voice is ASMR. Mainly because I'm still talking through one ear again. Apologies if you're using headphones. But yeah, my voice is like low enough for the ASMR bunch. Spain! Spain! I do have my food though. How is the heat? The heat might be okay because it's lasagna, and layers tend to hold in heat very well. No, I wouldn't eat on stream. I've ate when I used to talk to people like every day, all day, but yeah. You have ADHD and this works? Fair enough. I don't have... I'm pretty sure I don't have ADHD, because I can sit in silence, and I'm perfectly fine with doing nothing. But I know ADHD is very broad in what it refers to now. Like, I am autistic, but that can fit into it, apparently, which is rubbish. Autism's a different thing. I've yet to try out lasagna. I know lasagna... I know there's a vegetarian one, so yeah, there's definitely a lasagna you can try. Homemade is always better. Of course it is, but homemade lasagna is it's so nice. You have OCD, undiagnosed. Oh, I should say as well then, mine's undiagnosed. But the tests I've done, and my sister's a teacher, and even she seems to think that I'm autistic. So I do share a lot of everything with someone who has autism, so it's probably highly likely that I am. I just don't want to go see a doctor because I don't want to be labelled. Anyway, ceramic plate, yes. Yeah, those stuff always has a spectrum. Is that them? Who? What? Do you have a special interest, or is that a myth? A special interest? A special interest in what? Or is that to Yagi? Yagami. Too many people keep saying Yagi, and my brain's overriding it. Trains? I don't believe so. I don't think I have any particular things that I'm like really into. I really like music, which I know is a very broad thing anyway, but like all sorts of music. I would like to make some, but yeah. I like music, I like dancing, I like singing, even if my voice has gone a bit strange over time. I'm not sure what else. Oh, the hyperfixation? No. No, there's nothing like... I have the mentality of like, it's not hyperfixation, but I do... When I focus on something, like when I really focus on something, I am entirely focused on that one thing, which I know kind of sounds like it, but I just mean like at the given time I focus on it, and I'm very bad at like trying to multitask and focus on other things. I just entirely go for that one thing. But I'm pretty sure I do that because if I didn't do that, I wouldn't get anything done. I'd be very bad. But with hyperfixation, no, there's nothing like... There's nothing I'm particular on or anything, I don't think. I don't believe so. But yes, I'll do the ceramic plate. It is a mixture. ceramic plate. As always, I try with the ceramic plate. I mean, you can tell it's ceramic at least. And there's a thigh slaps thingy because a while ago, earlier in the year, there was crazy people. Crazy people that enjoy those things. So it got added as a sort of haha thingy. Now, as this is mini, Fuji ended up saying that generally it should be a lighter slap rather than me full on slapping my leg. Because it's meant to be a mini version. But I don't even know how that works. I guess just don't put as much force into the slap. I guess that's how it goes. Small pats? That would definitely be a mini. But it is meant to be a slap. That's a good idea. I could rename it and just call it mini thigh pats. That's easier said than done. I prefer just whack rather than gently. Okay, I'll try. Okay, gently. There, that was like no effort. Or should I go harder? That was very gentle, but you could still hear it. No? Well, that's all you're getting. Although it's not for you to decide anyway, because it was Pem's. Oh, right. Oh, you are answering my question. Okay. Fine. I see. It was gentle. My other ones I tend to slap so hard it bloody hurts my hand and my thigh when I do it, so... yeah. I like mini ones now. They don't hurt. I'm not a masochist, so... I have no joy from slapping myself. Silly. I can't help it. Like, it's a slap. You're supposed to give a good slap if you're gonna do it. You don't half-ass. I do not half-ass things, so, you know. Wild. Things get said, and then I have to backtrack in my thoughts, like, what did I just say that was so strange? I have to do this in order to understand what I'm saying. No, it's fine. Leave the big one alone. The big one's expensive. On purpose. But I do have food. But it's nice because, yeah, I don't usually get to sit and chat with you all. Even though I chat most streams. But this is why someone can come into my chat and be like, is this ASMR? Because, like, I'm not doing... actually, hang on. There we go. I did something ASMR-like. I know, right? This entire week has been that way, I feel. Like, the first week passed by in a relative matter. And then the second week I've had off has just, like, gone. I mean, granted, I was, like, keeping myself occupied with trying to do, like, research and stuff, but... and also actual setup of stream things, but still. The Froggo. Entire month just zoomed by? Oh, blimey. I mean, that as well, yeah, you're not wrong. And yay for glug glugs. Glug glugs are always nice to hear. Would you like the Froggo with echo or without? No, it is not February yet. Not yet. Weave. Okie dokie. cheesy garlic bread is trying to poke the frog. Well, yes, that was technically the wooden Froggo. I don't know why I don't call it the wooden Froggo. I think Froggo is just self-explanatory at this point. But yes, good old Froggo. Singing its song. Anyway, I best try and eat this before it goes cold, even though I usually eat my food when it's cold. But, yeah. Don't think it's a bad place to stop for today. Brum brum. Oh, you say see you now, but like, I take 20 years trying to pick someone to raid, so don't mind my slowness. Oh wow, is it just... There is not many that is doing ASMR today. It's one of those Saturdays. Huh. I see. I see. That's fair. Well, that's fine. It is also before a certain time, so... Fair enough. Well, I didn't take too long at all then. It'll be fine. Oh, surprisingly I need the loo. What timing? Thank you, body, for somehow waiting. I know I'm gonna end up rushing if I click the raid button now, so... Give me a moment. Right. That's if you are subbed. This is if you're not, for the raid message. It's my YouTube, which I know the link doesn't work on mobile. I literally can't do anything about it. I don't know why it doesn't work on mobile for a link, but on the desktop it works, and yes. And if anyone's interested, my Discord is there. I do look at it every single day to make sure that I don't miss anything for people, and I do post stuff there, and I'm slowly forming it into a thing, so it'll be a thing. A major thing one day. I'll get there. But yeah. Right. Huzzah! We'll go raid Fuji. But yes, thank you all for being here today. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the sub. And how dare you have a heads up? But do take care of yourselves. Keep your liquids up. Stay safe. And I'll see you all on Monday, I guess. I don't see why not. It'll be a later time because I've started work again. Sad days. But yeah. Monday. and then I'll be carrying on with my game, my mascot game. So yeah. But enjoy your days, your evenings, your afternoons, and yeah, enjoy your weekends. Bye bye. Bye bye. Thank you all for being here. Oh, you're all glorious. Bye bye. Oh, right, I need to manually do this. Good God. Ugh.